here.
Naomi?
We are recording.
I'm going to call the July 27th, 2021 regular meeting of the Mill Creek City Council to order. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Vaughn, would you lead us?
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mark. Naomi, roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor Holtzclaw,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Vanel,
Here.
Councilmember Bond.
Here.
Councilmember Cavallari. Councilmember Steckler,
Here.
Councilmember Briles,
Here.
Councilmember Morgan.
Here. Councilmember Cavallari notified us prior to the meeting that he's having back unable to attend tonight. So can we have a motion to excuse?
Motion to excuse.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, we'll move on to audience communication. We have several people here and present in council chambers and many online. So I'm going to start with giving the opportunity to anyone here in chambers. When I do call on you, we have a packed agenda, so I've asked Naomi to keep the clock tonight. So after you say your name and address, she will give you an alert if you hit 3 minutes. So if you get to that point, please try to wrap up your comments. With that, anyone here in chambers like to speak to the council? Ms. Ross.
Good evening, my name is Mary Kay Voss. I live at 15226 12th Drive Southeast here in Mill Creek. I wanted to address the idea of a community center and what it can involve. Community theater, I have to use these, I'm sorry. Community theater is called that for a reason. They provide arts and entertainment for your local community. Where are the community theaters today? Well, Edmonds has the Wade James Theater, which was started in 1958. That's about 150 seats. We all love that because it's the nicest theater. They fill about 10,000 seats a year. In Edmonds, they also have the Phoenix Theater, which is above a strip mall in the Furdale Strip Mall. It's been around forever also. It's very small and it's very funky, but they do good shows. And they fill about 1,500 seats a year. The Woodinville Rep, those performances were, I don't know if they're still continuing, were being held in a granite slab warehouse or showroom. You have to set up every night, take down every night, so it's a pain. But they fill about 1,500 seats a year. Marysville Red Curtain Foundation have taken a warehouse and converted it into a fabulous theater for their community. They work in conjunction with the city on all sorts of activities. They fill about 7,000 seats a year. And then in Redmond, the Second Story Rep opened in 1999. They offer year-round theater with 150 performances every year. So that's about 18,000 seats. That's 38,000 people that choose to seek entertainment in one of those other communities around us. Many of those people have dinner beforehand or drinks or meet people that maybe we had never come to that town before. So even if 1/3 of them, or 12,600, paid $75 each for dinner before they came, which I don't know, I haven't paid that low when I go to dinner in Mill Creek. But you have the sales tax. We have built a town center that has a whole lot of restaurants, which is great, but we're not getting any of this theater crowd revenue. We currently have no entertainment except for bars. I guess that's one thing we could be called, Mill Creek, come and go to a bar. Extrapolating from those numbers, Mill Creek could be seeing approximately 3,000 people in our town for dinner, for entertainment. And assume that only half of those people eat out, that would be about $112,000 in restaurant receipts. But for the city, that means $4,500 in sales tax, plus the ticket sales, which averaging $20 would give you another $2,400 in sales tax, which brings in approximately $7,000. Now you say, well, where do you get the actors? Oh, I don't know. I see one here tonight. Where would they come from? There's actors everywhere. In fact, Jenny, my friend, and I were in MASH in Edmonds. We were Night Watch in Everett, and we were Still Magnolias in Marysville. The actors will go where there's a stage, and there are so many, we were not the only two that wanted those roles. I mean, you had to go fight for them. Bottom line, theater enhances a community by offering arts. A performing space in a potential community center would mean more than just theater. It would also mean concerts and comedians, named acts. We wouldn't have to limit our entertainment to 4 weekends at the Forum in the summertime. We already have people who are interested in starting a theater company right here. Unfortunately, Michael McGraw could not be here tonight. But with that, there would be classes for seniors and teens and whoever else. Theaters improve the quality of life in a city. And the cities that are without theaters are missing that opportunity to improve the lives of their citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Kay. Yes, please name and address, 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Leslie Foley, and my address is 16517 Snohomish Avenue, Snohomish, but it's right up here in Clearview. I see a lot of my actor friends here. Hi, guys. And I brought with me, I'm the board president for North Shore Performing Arts Foundation. And we currently have been operating since 2005. December 2005 out of the Bothell High School Performing Arts Center. And I brought a couple of my board members here. If you build it, we will come. Yes, we've been looking for the last couple of years of alternate spaces for us. We currently seat 559 and we have been looking to do, say, a summer concert series. We cannot use the Bothell High School facility during the summer. I'm trying to get back in there now because we have a full season plan, but I'm not sure what they're going to allow us to do. We are actively looking for an alternate home, you know, and if you choose to do a community center with a theater element in it, that opens it up for community theater, which we cannot provide at North Shore Performing Arts Foundation. But another friend of mine was going to be here tonight, Yelmer Anderson, and he was the head of the Woodinville Rep. And to update you, the Woodinville Rep no longer has a location. The building was sold. And they have been actively looking for a new home. Their various locations have seated 75, and they could easily do 250 as a community theater. That's about a good size. We at our foundation would like to add something like TED Talks or you know, just other lectures or smaller shows that wouldn't fill a 559 seat theater, but would do well in a slightly smaller size. But if you want to build the big one, yeah, we'll come. What you have here is the advantage of being right there on the road where everybody driving by would be able to see it. Something we don't have for our theater. So you have your advertising built into your location. The performing arts helps develop the community. It is sometimes the last thing that a community adds to what they have to offer to their citizens. But trust me, that makes, sorry, mask issues, that gives life, additional life to the community. You won't be sorry. It will be used. And if it's in the community center type thing, extra rooms would be used for arts people that want to have a lecture maybe on their project. Or I was at a stakeholders meeting in Bothell, attended by many people, and writers were looking for a place to come to discuss their books they were working on with a group of people. It will be used. Please do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Price, and I'm a local actress, but I also work for Washington Energy Services, and we attend the Edmonds Chamber, and Edmonds Driftwood is a very active member. And so as an actor and also seeing the community involvement with the chamber, there's a lot of crossover that happens there. We use the Edmonds Driftwood for meetings. We use it for improv. We use it for the kids. And it's been really, really beneficial to have that marriage of a community arts and mixed with the civic duties that we have. I've been teaching improv for many years. I go and travel to high schools. I work with Cocoon House doing improv with the homeless kids. And I have to say that the arts are so wonderful for kids that are struggling and finding a place. It gives them their voice. You can see someone that's really, really shy come out of their shell and really improve their speaking. They've gone on to do presentations on and debate in school. So there's been some really positive movement in that way. I like working with the kids a lot. Both of my children were involved in Edmonds, and we had to take the bus from Gold Creek all the way down to Edmonds so that they could get in the kids program because there was nothing here. So being a member of the community for 23 years, I would have loved to have them here. If they could just come down to the town center and hop on the little 116 bus and get off there, that would be fantastic. So there's all those opportunities. The other thing that we do at the Edmonds Center for the Arts, which if any of you have ever attended a concert there, we did the debates for the mayoral debates, and that was incredible, very well attended. Everybody in the city came. We filmed it. We did Zoom. I mean, it was awesome. And then the other thing is that you don't have to have seats that are like built in. You could have it like an open where people could host their proms, where they could have a place to gather, concerts. There's so many venues that are looking for a place for people to perform. And you have so much talent in the area. And people don't want to drive all the way to Seattle. They want to come here and perform and be a part of their community. And everyone that lives here is going out of our community to perform. So what a great opportunity to have this place where people could gather in community and building that and say, hey, you gotta come to Mill Creek Town Center because they're putting on a great show tonight, and everyone gets so excited. So I think it would be so beneficial, and teachers and the kids that are involved, like they could do debate contests at the theater. I mean, there's so many opportunities for all the local high schools to gather. So I just think that you guys would really benefit from having a community center, a performing center, and a place for people to gather. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in the audience? Seeing none, I'm going to move. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I did see.
No. I mean, I can always add more, but you're right here.
I'm Neil Johnson. I live at 1540 151st Place Southeast. And my question, and I'd like to have a comment on the policy of our police department. In other words, how strict are we about enforcing our laws? And also, what is the policy of the prosecuting office here in Snohomish County? As we see a rapid rise of crime, violent crime across the country, I'm concerned about the police backing off in some cases, prosecutors not really prosecuting, seeing the criminals go in and out the door. So I appreciate a comment on that. Thank you very much.
Michael, will you follow up?
Yes.
Anyone else here in the audience like to speak to the council tonight? Seeing none, anyone online scrolling through the screens? I have not seen anyone. Is that correct? Am I missing anyone?
I don't see any.
Okay. Thank you. We'll have another opportunity at the end of the meeting. Let's go into our presentations. Michael and Karen.
See here. Michael, did you want to kick this off or do you want me to?
Yes, I'm sorry, I was just temporarily delayed. So we have a tall agenda, as Mayor Holtzclaw has reminded us. And we're going to move right into, it really was a culmination of a lot of very impressive work that we've done over the past number of months. This will ultimately be very important to us as we then have a mini retreat on this very topic tomorrow. So I really want to thank Karen and Heather and our entire team here at City Hall for the sustained effort, and especially Mayor Holtzclaw, Mayor Pro Tem Bignell, and all of council for your attention this entire year. Now we get to hear about shared experiences in other communities. Karen?
Thank you. And we're going to go ahead and have Mike Todd as the man behind the curtain who's going to share the PowerPoint tonight. And we're going to kick it off here. I'm going to do a short introduction and then we're going to turn it over to the panelists as a recap. So next slide, please. The purpose of tonight's discussion is to hear from facility owners and operators and hear about what they think their type of facility brings to a community and what their lessons learned are. And at the end of their presentations, we're going to have an opportunity for council members to ask them questions. And I'm sort of hoping that we might hold the questions unless they're clarifying questions until all folks have had an opportunity to speak. Next slide, please. So just as a recap here, these are the 4 properties, the DRCC properties totaling 18.9 acres and the zoning that they have and when those were acquired. And the next slide is a map of where those properties are immediately adjacent to the north of the Mill Creek Sports Park. You'll see the Cook property is also adjacent to a park, another park. The DRCC properties work that we've been doing this year began in February. We started with the council approving a set of initial phase tasks and then adopting a set of guiding principles, which are presented on this slide. I'm not going to read them. We've seen those, but just as a reminder, here they are. Next slide, please. Between March and April, we adopted with you a project calendar. We posted a community survey that had over 1,200 responses about what community members would like to see on these properties. We presented the results of that to you, and then we did some brainstorming with the council about potential mixed uses for the properties. And the most frequently identified types of facilities are listed there at the bottom of the slide. Next slide, please. Tonight's panelists represent owners and operators of those different types of facilities that you identified as being of particular interest. Here they are in the order in which they'll be presenting tonight. Jeff Lockhart, the Executive Director of the Kirkland Performance Center. Corey Rettenmeyer could not be here this evening. He's the Recreation Manager with Everett Parks, but Heather Logan, my partner in developing the facilities report for you, will be presenting his remarks. Adam Rosenkrantz, who is the theater manager at the Renton IKEA Performing Arts Center, which is owned by the Renton School District. Bill Sukalis, the Executive Director of the Boys and Girls Club of Snohomish County, and Russell Wright, Community Development Director from the City of Lake Stevens. And I'm extremely grateful to each and every one of those folks, not only for taking a lot of time to talk to Heather and I as we developed the facilities report that we previously shared with you, but also in volunteering their time to come and speak with you tonight. I'm just really thankful that they were willing to donate their time and speak with you and answer any questions you might have. Next slide there. Thank you, Mike. This is what we've asked the panelists to speak to tonight. We've told them that they would have 7 to 9 minutes. They could offer additional slides or not at their choice. And again, I'm sort of hoping that after each of them has had an opportunity to speak, then we'll turn it over to the council for any questions that you may have. Next slide, please. As a reminder, these are the facilities. There were, I think, 15 of them that we surveyed at your request. These were the facilities selected by the council back in, I think, April. And the folks that you're going to hear from tonight own or operate or are connected to the facilities who are presented in the blue text in that table above. So we're hearing from a lot of folks tonight. And as a reminder, the facility study asked them to talk with us about how big their facility is, who uses it, how it was built, who paid for it, how it's operated, who operates it, about how much the operating costs are each year, about how much revenue is generated off the facilities, and it was a really interesting set of conversations we had, and this is sort of the next step, focusing in on what they see as benefits for the community and lessons learned. Okay, next slide, please. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our first panelist, Jeff Lockhart, who is the Executive Director of the Kirkland Performing Arts Center, Kirkland Performance Center, more specifically. And I'm really grateful to him. And he is on screen here, and I will stop talking, and then you can hear from him.
Thank you, Karen. Hi, everybody. Honored to be with you tonight. I also want to applaud. So I want to say thank you to Karen, and thank you for having me today, and also applaud you for the work along this. This is a no small endeavor, no small feat to do the work it takes to look at arts outreach in the community. So we have common ground and kindred spirit on that for sure. I know I have limited time, and I'll be around for questions with the other panelists as well, but I'm just really quickly to summarize KPC. KPC is almost in its 25th year right now. It was a joint effort about 30 years ago. Some citizens were having this exact conversation with the city council there, and KPC was born as a joint effort between citizens raising money and then the municipality putting money up to build the KPC Center, and it was built in 1998 as a joint effort. We're one of the few theaters in the state of Washington that is completely owned by the city of Kirkland, and we're the nonprofit, the 501c3 that operates it. And we have a tremendous relationship with them and would not exist without that, and we're extremely grateful for that. And they own the building, and then we run the nonprofit inside of it. Typically, we run about almost 300 shows a year at KPC. It's about 85,000 people a year that come through, about 15,000 are kids. And we do things from all sorts of different things. There could be touring Grammy-winning artists, local artists, comedy, drama, music, you name it. I've been here about 8 years, and at that time we had a real went through a missional change that we went from being we're called a performing arts center, but when I was interviewing for the position there, I don't see myself as the arts guru of our city. I see myself more as a connector. And so our mission, Kirkland Performance Center, exists to be a gathering space to come together and be a community connected by culture. And we just see whatever takes place I see everything that happens on the stage as a presentation or an arts presentation. We see our space as a place that we seat 400 people. And if there's something that's going to take place on a stage, it could be a speech, it could be a concert, it could be a play, it could be a film. There's 400 people that want to gather together and celebrate something together. We're the space in our community to do that. So what's important about KPC is that I see that we are the soul keeper of our community. When people want to gather together and laugh or cry or debate or challenge or whatever, or celebrate, we want KPC to be that, and it's proven to be true for sure. I think what's been interesting about KPC, also what's important is it is, as some of our friends were aptly saying tonight, KPC is not only a place that we celebrate the arts and encourage people and keep people's soul, imagine, inspire, create together. It's also an economic and tourism development driver. I'm honored to be a sub-commissioner for the city of Kirkland around economic and tourism development. And as it was aptly said, when typically our shows are sold out. When we have a presentation, it's not an empty house. And we happen to be right downtown in the downtown corridor, and the hotels and the restaurants, we're all partners in that together. And we see ourselves not only as bringing art to the community, but an economic partner as well. Matter of fact, we have a mantra we talk about in our leadership team, at the healthy tension between industry and artistry. And the industry comes first. And so I'm a performing artist and touring artist myself still, but there is no artistry without industry. So sometimes of us artists, we focus on what we're going to do artistically, but without thinking about the business side of things. And the difference between people being your artists and your coffee tables that say a piano player is the business part of it. And so when we have our business affairs in order, when we're running a tight ship, when we're running our nonprofit with proper business things, we can present the art that we want to. But if those things are out of order, none of that art happens. And so those are things that are important and challenges, things like that too. Also, lastly, on this point, obviously we're going through a really tough time as communities and through the pandemic. And we were shut down really hard when that happened. We had to ask ourselves a year and a half ago, how are you be an arts center that gathers people together to come together and be connected when you can't come together and be connected? How's that going to happen? And we looked at ourselves in the face and go, hey, just because our theater shut down, just because our stage is postponed, doesn't mean that our mission is postponed. So we have to take our stage out to the community. And so we pivoted about a year ago and invented KPC Studios. And now KPC serves as a world-class streaming facility for not only artists, but we've been one of the main places in the Seattle region that nonprofits have streamed to do fundraising for themselves and done their online galas. And we're one of the many places in Seattle that does that. So KPC serves a vital role, not only in our community, but in the Puget Sound area as well, and those types of things. Lastly, what kind of challenges do we face in doing this? Boy, I'll tell you what, and hearing this great friends tonight, the artistic community, there's never a lack of ideas creatively. There's all sorts of great, you open a performing arts center or a theater, there's gonna be all sorts of great people and artists that wanna do things. I think the hardest thing is keeping it viable, keeping it economically sustainable. A theater, it takes money to run a theater. And so having those plans in place, the economic viability, I think there's three things that are important about that. One is there's ticket revenue. Two, there is rental revenue. And three, there is contributed income. The ticket sales alone, many theaters make the mistake thinking that ticket sales are going to support the theater. It doesn't work like that. The ticket sales contribute to it, but it's renting the theater out and having contributed income, having those balances and things in place and plans in place that keep it going is important. Also, I think going forward in the arts community, as all are rightly challenging, is issues of equity and inclusion and equality and social justice issues, and making sure that the facility is accessible to all, and so that everyone can enjoy art. Could talk all day about that. Certainly have more to say, but I don't want to take too much of my time up. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions and honored to be with you here tonight. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Jeff. The only thing, if you had 30 seconds, could you share what you had shared with me about not being concerned about competition between facilities?
Absolutely. I don't know if everybody feels like this. It's just the way I feel about it. And I mean, and we operate like this. So we really put our money where our mouth is. We don't see at KPC other theaters or other arts organizations or arts nonprofits as competitors. We really truly are in together. I mean, as you can imagine, I'm at all of our shows that we do, and it's often I'll be in our VIP lounge meeting with the donors or out in the lobby shaking hands, and someone can say, hey, it's great to see Mark Cohn tonight in KPC. How do you feel like that he's playing at Edmonds Center of the Arts, a little competition down the street? I'm like, well, for your information, that's not competition. We couldn't afford to do Mark Cohn without, we're in a route together. So sometimes at a small theater, when you see a Grammy Award winning artist or something you're enjoying and going, how's this place getting this level of artists here? It's because there's about 10 or 15, maybe 25, what they call the PAC circuit, the Performing Arts Center circuit, that we all go in together on presentations. Matter of fact, there's some artists I would not book unless I talk to my other colleagues, because we all you route together. Matter of fact, Don Felder of the Eagles, we were privileged to have that level of artist a couple of years ago. We couldn't bring that person in, or Kenny G or Mavis Staples. We route with other places. So truly, other theaters are not our competition. We're colleagues together. As a matter of fact, when there's another theater that's challenged or shut down, it hurts everybody. It truly, and I'm not saying that to be cute, it truly, honest to goodness, hurts the economy of the performing arts community. When one struggles, it truly, if one of our colleagues, the economy starts to be challenged, one of our colleagues is challenged. So we really don't see that as a competition, but as collaborators together in every sense of the term, on the true, not just in spirit, but on the economic level.
Thanks, Jeff. That's really helpful. And now I'm going to turn it over now to Heather Logan, who, as I said earlier, helped produce the facilities study. And you will remember her from that presentation, and she will be presenting for Corey Rettenmeyer, the recreation manager at Everett Parks. Go ahead, Heather.
Thank you, Karen. Good evening, everyone. Mr. Rettenmeyer could not be here tonight because he had a long scheduled commitment, but I can represent his expertise from the conversations we had. In addition to his thoughts, he also shared with us, and it's in your packet, there are two grant applications to the state's RCO program. That's a gold mine of information in there on how Everett landed those funds. And he also included their prioritization and scheduling policy, because as the fields have become very, very popular, they needed to have firm policy in place to govern who gets the field. So our first facility is Cash Memorial Park in the city of Everett. It opened in 2016, It has 3 multi-sport synthetic turf fields, which can be configured various ways. Full-size soccer field, 1 modified soccer, under 10 soccer, lacrosse, flag football. That particular facility also has a barbecue area, picnic shelter, picnic tables, a little more well-rounded, I would say, than the Phil Johnson Fields, which I'm going to talk to you about next. Next slide, please. The thing about Cache Park is that the demand for various sports is year-round. And if you go right to the bottom of the slide, you can see this generates about $275,000 in annual revenue. Soccer, high demand, fall, winter, spring. Lacrosse, also in the spring. Summer sees sports camps, rentals, and community use. Mr. Rettenmeier strongly emphasizes that synthetic turf from backboard to fence is the way to go. It requires very little maintenance except for some grooming and repairing of the damaged turf. They've been able to have M&O staff decreases because you don't have to, grow it and mow it and repair it and line it. The maintenance staff only spends about 5 hours per week on the field. Litter pickup adds another 5 to revenue from renting those fields out. He did tell me that a lot of their customers come up from Seattle simply because Seattle's in high demand and there's Everett with some capacity available and they are happy to rent it to anyone. Next slide, please. The Phil Johnson ball fields are all ball fields. Just opened in 2020. It has 4 multi-sport synthetic turf fields, 10 soccer, and a specialized recreation base. Next slide, please. The ball fields, the venue accommodates multiple sports simultaneously, and that is both an additional revenue generator and additional scheduling headache. There's an increased demand for year-round baseball and fast pitch. There's the continued popularity of youth soccer. They've already scheduled 25 weekends out of the 52 for 2021, and the revenue is ahead of budget thus far. And there we are, Seattle.
Your may I interrupt? Heather, can you hear us?
The synthetic turf cut their fields, their labor costs. Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, we're having a delay with your microphone. The direction we're receiving from IT is if you could unplug the microphone or disconnect your connection if it's Bluetooth and then reconnect. The alternative is a dial into the city council meeting from the Zoom invite that has a telephone number, and then just mute your screen and then just send in the audio through the telephone feed.
Okay.
Heather just has 1 slide left. I'm wondering if she should just plow through that.
Let's do it. Thank you.
Yeah. I've unplugged my headphone, and can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So currently 1 to 2 staff spends a couple hours a week picking up litter and stocking the restrooms, and weekday field prep has been eliminated. Staff time is dedicated to moving pitchers mounds and field grooming maintenance, which really means repairing the turf. And they have minimal rainouts because the turf can handle it. That is, there should be 1 more slide on lessons learned. Let's go there. Yeah, here's the lessons learned. Tournaments and camps need a minimum of 4 fields, something to keep in mind if you go this direction. Again, prioritize turf from backstop to fence. Include 0 or low barrier access opportunities. Everett believes this raised their score on the Recreation and Conservation Office grants that they received. That grant did require free on weekdays. Meeting demand is challenging, so have a sports and sports equipment. The city of Everett, they thought was the appropriate standards, only to find out they weren't, and they had to unline that field and put the correct lines in. And of course, that was a change order, and that cost money. That brings us to the end of the City of Everett information.
Thank you, Heather. And thank you in absentia to Corey. And with that, I'm going to turn it over now to Bill Sukalis, Executive Director of the Boys and Girls Club of Snohomish County. And he's going to speak to 2 facilities that they own.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good evening, Mayor and council members and other panelists, I guess. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to talk about our organization, Boys and Girls Clubs. The 2 that we're focusing on tonight are really the 2 that I felt had the best, or were the best examples of what you're trying to achieve, I think, in terms of ball fields and a place for kids and adults to work together. We're used to partnering with cities. I guess that's the overarching comment I want to make tonight. We have 25 facilities now in our organization, and 18 of those 25 are a partner with either a city or another public entity like a school district or a tribal entity. The key part of this, I think, that you would be interested in hearing in terms of how we operate, is that it's a win-win for the city, because we become kind of, in a sense, kind of a quasi department of the city. We provide the activity that you would want if you were doing it yourself. So the beauty, I guess, the best way to describe what we would do. So if you took the Cash Park field that the city of Everett has, which is great for the outdoor activity, it needs to be blended in with an indoor facility on that property. So it's a turnkey operation for the community. So as especially for whether it's adults or kids, that they work together in terms of synergy. Players come early, wait for a game. There's siblings that come. There's just some dynamic between the ball field and the facility. Now we focus primarily on the kid end of it, obviously with what we do, but both the Arlington facility and the Mukilteo facility that's represented here on the slides also have space within those buildings for adults to use as well. So they're available when kids aren't using it. So whether it's during the school day when kids are in the classroom, the building's available, the fields are available, those kinds of things. We turnkey it. There's no cost to the city. We provide all the M&O. We're responsible for in both of these facilities of generating the funds to build. So with each of our partners, the partner brings something to the table. So in your case, you're bringing land that's available to be developed. We take that and we leverage it to build it out the way that you would want to maximize it. So from a recreation standpoint, we would be responsible with your help, but we take the lead to do the design, come up with the funding to be able to put into ball fields and the facilities, and then we're responsible for the M&O. So that's the win on the city side. On our side of it, obviously, we get the benefit of that land so that we don't have to purchase, and then we're responsible for the development of it. Same comments you've heard earlier from the Performing Arts Center. There's economic benefits for this, and especially if you design it so it's similar to Cash Park, where you see tournaments where both for kids and adults come from outside the area. They bring money for restaurants and lodging and so forth and so on. So that's the other piece of it. But it's also there every day for your residents. We're open 24, basically we're open when they need it. And so there's that opportunity that you have for for the residents. So if you go to the next slide, I guess you can see the design. There's purposely put in, especially for the for the youth. You can see we try to put in the bells and whistles that are attractive to them. The facilities are, our footprint is anywhere from about 18,000 to 30,000 square feet, depending on the size of the property that we have available to use. We also have same access to the funds that you heard on the other presentation. We've received funds from the Recreation Conservation Office to the state for ball field development. We also receive money from the Youth Recreation Fund from the state that is for facility development. And then and both properties, Arlington and Buckle we get private donations to build it out. So again, I guess, just to repeat myself, it's a win-win. It's a turnkey for the city, and it's an opportunity for us to expand our services to an area of the community that has families and kids that need recreation. So those are the things, I guess, the lessons that we've learned on it. Well, I guess one of the other assets for the city is that it's an anchor tenant that is responsible for managing the facility, everything from the maintenance and operation to the scheduling. This is something that the responsibilities that we take on behalf. We have leases. Our leases run up to 50 years. The leases are generally $1 per year. That's the return for us, is that we have the opportunity to grow on a piece of ground we don't have to buy, that's available. We can put the investments into the infrastructure, both fields and the buildings. So I guess I'll you can see on this picture here, this is a teen center that's inside of one of those buildings. So we're trying to create an atmosphere that draws kids, that they become very, it's very popular, especially for the teens. There's really no outlet for the teens in most communities other than the school. So generally, what we've learned is that by putting in the teen centers, designing them into our buildings, they graduate in from the younger age programs into the older age programs. So I'll end my comments there and then wait for some questions.
Thank you, Bill. I have to now apologize that we had skipped over Adam Rosenkrantz, in part because I managed to leave his slides out of the presentation. So you all have seen pictures of the lovely Renton IKEA Performing Arts Center. And if Adam is willing to bear with me, I would love it if you would be willing to do your presentation, chat with folks about the facility and what you've learned as being their theater manager there, Adam.
Yeah, absolutely. No worries at all. It happens. PowerPoint is a fun thing.
Oh, Lord.
So I've actually had the pleasure of managing this facility for almost 3 years now. I am the third manager of the space in its almost 20 years of existence. It was originally built in 2003 through a number of funding sources and very rapid fundraising. I've heard tales of inside of 9 months raising all of the funds necessary to build it, and the troubles that ensued. Definitely one of the larger proponents of our space is the Renton Arts Commission and the Allied Arts of Renton. They were a big proponent of that. Their volunteers and everything really pushed to put this facility together, and worked with the district to make that happen. It was originally built and opened with the idea of producing its own content and having seasons, much like the Kirkland Performing Arts Center, does their own content. That has since evolved. About 10 years ago or so, there was a big change and shakeup, largely because the district needed to cut some funding somewhere, and the budget for this facility was much larger every year at the time. So we have moved to largely rentals. The district still does use the facility. We also have a reciprocal agreement with the city of Renton to provide the space for them. And in that brings in Allied Arts. They do a concert every year. Then we have the Renton City Concert Band, and we also have other city-funded events. We've been a stop for the Seattle Symphony's outreach, performing in communities in various areas. And really what we actually do is provide a venue for dance schools. Places, one of our regulars that's been here since it's opened, the Ensemble Ballet Theater, who is actually not even in the city of Renton, but from Maple Valley. That's actually where their dance studio is. They choose to call us home for their 2 major shows a year. We have several. ECB, who is also a Renton native. I mean, their offices have been here. They've been here for a very long time. They also call us home as well. And quite honestly, if I had 4 or 5 Junes in a calendar and Decembers in a calendar, I could fill them. It's performing spaces for that type of a need is in high demand, especially right now with all of COVID and everybody kind of doing everything what they did or didn't do. For example, Highline Performing Arts Center hasn't even reopened yet, and we don't know when they will. So there's been a push to come down here and use our facility, which is great. We're welcoming. And as Jeff mentioned, we're definitely a community. In fact, I am rolling up my sleeves tomorrow and helping down at the Auburn Performing Arts Center because of a displacement for the Auburn Theater. There was a fire and anyway, so it's definitely a community environment. There is no competition. In fact, I have several theater managers on speed dial in case I get a client that was unruly. Want to make sure that, hey, just lessons learned. And it's not that we want to shut them out. We just want to make sure that everybody is respectful of this space because it is a cherished space. I'm very proud of the quality and the product that we provide as a theater. It's definitely not without work and a good staff. I think that might be where our competition is who pays more, who gets the better staff. But that's an easy hurdle as well. I think probably some of the lessons learned, at least with this particular space, if you ask me where the center is, I will ask you, what center are you referring to? Because there were several contractors and issues when it was built, and managing all of that process just kind of went crazy. The center of my proscenium is not the center of the stage, which is not center of the house. And and that's the result of poor oversight, probably from the capital projects team at the time. And it's not to their fault. I've seen a number of facilities go together and somebody didn't have the background or knowledge, or they didn't tap into another theater manager or other theater experts, technicians, people that are actually using the space and say, hey, what do you think? We're trying to make this decision, or we're about ready to sign off on this multi-million-dollar project. Are there any issues? Are there any things that we need to make sure get corrected? We definitely have a number of systems in the space that have needed to be corrected over time, and just making sure that things are functioning in a way that is conducive to our clients. It's definitely interesting as far as a revenue generator for the city. Like ECB, they aren't even here. Ensemble Ballet Theater. Everybody that comes to their shows, and they almost always sell out their shows. They do 5 shows in a weekend. That's 2,500 plus people coming into the downtown core of Renton. Parking is a problem. I wish they would have gave us more parking. Of course, we have the garage across the street, but that's not nearly as convenient, especially for folks that have mobility issues and things that attend some of our different varied shows. But overall, it's definitely a good thing for the community. The district, I think, is beneficial. We put on a lot of the district's music concerts and things here, and just really allowing the culture and the arts be what they are and give them an opportunity to perform in a relatively large space. So, and that's kind of where I'm at. Hopefully, there'll be some questions and be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Adam, and my apologies again for messing with your slides.
It's because I asked for changes. I know it is.
You weren't the only one though, so it's all on me. Okay, our final speaker tonight is Russell Wright, the Community Development Director with the City of Lake Stevens.
Good evening, everyone. Again, my name's Russ Wright. I am the Community Development Director at Lake Stevens. I'm happy to present to you tonight. My story is going to be a little bit different than some of the other panelists tonight. So Lake Stevens took a series of actions starting in 2016 as it developed a sub-area plan for its downtown to really increase the economic vitality of that area. And it identified some significant capital projects to get there. So one of those was to do street improvements. One of them was to renovate the North Cove Park, which is adjacent to the lake and adjacent to the mill facility that I'll talk about shortly. We were going to provide a regional attractor, which turned into the mill, our community center, and public rental venue. We also wanted to include additional public parking in the area. So again, the purpose of this plan was to strengthen the downtown economy and to create a community hub for a variety of events. Next slide. So North Cove Park has been developed in several phases. And why I want to talk about some of the specific projects is because they're all complementary and they build this vision of this economic vitality where there's a lot of synergy between each of these projects. So as we look at North Cove Park, there were 3 distinct phases. The first one was to put the lake back in Lake Stevens. That had a lot of regrading. We built the lawn, trails, did the war memorial in the area. Phase 2 added amenities. We have totally inclusive playground, picnic shelter, etc. Phase 3 is going to be another attractor, creating a public promenade for additional festival areas outside of the mill. And so as far as some of the results and economic impacts, we've already seen the shopping center across the street increase its sales because of how many people are now in this park and in the last few months have been able to start using the mill. We also have seen some of the vacancies across the street in the retail center fill, and we're under contract right now to sell a surplus property adjacent to this facility to a private developer to create about a 15,000 square foot mixed use building, which will be another amenity. And one of the things that's been really great for us during the pandemic, since we couldn't use the mill facility, we were able to attract an outdoor farmers market that's been able to use the portion of the mill, the Great Hall, the surrounding promenade. And in their first year, they brought in over $350,000 in sales, and they had 70 unique vendors. For a first year market, that was pretty sensational. Next slide. So now I want to talk about the mill, which is our community center. Again, this is a multi-purpose venue for the city. It's designed to house corporate events, to have life celebrations, weddings, any variety of different events. It also has a dedicated city council chambers, obviously for our city council, boards and commissions. And we also have a more casual space in this building that we refer to as the stack, that we can get groups in like Rotary or other groups that need some meeting space. One of the things we've tried to do with all of our improvements is create a sense of authenticity where we reach to the history of the area. For example, the mill, the form of the mill is based on the old Rucker Mill that was close to this site. And the rooms inside the mill are each named after historic logging or mining and railroad type features, again, to look to the past as we move forward. So as I mentioned, during the pandemic, we really haven't been able to use that. So the facility, so I'd really like to give more lessons learned, and we'll get to some of those, but we really haven't been able to run the facility long enough to understand it and everything about it yet. Next slide. So the next phases of our project, again, building on each other, is to build what's called a festival street. And that'll be adjacent to the mill. That will add additional public parking, and it will add the last piece of the park, which is a large plaza as well as public art. In the rendering you see here on the top right, that shows that 3-story mixed use building that will go in next to the park and what some of the features of that festival street will look like. And throughout this project, we've been very successful in getting grant support, capital grants. For some of our road projects, we have Puget Sound Regional Council grants for the road projects, as well as we've invested a lot of local dollars in REIT funds and our park impact fee dollars. Next slide, please. So returning to the mill again, I do want to talk a little bit about the usage that we have seen. So during the pandemic days, there were only 2 events held, and those were celebration of life events that we could hold with certain restrictions. Moving on to this year, we have seen some significant use of the building. Specifically over the last few months, we've held 21 events, and it's brought in over $21,000 in revenue. And we do have several events over the summer scheduled, events into the fall, and we even have some bookings going into 2022, including Snohomish High School's senior prom. So some of the things that have worked so far that we can say about this particular venue is we hired a dedicated coordinator whose responsibility is to run this facility, communicate with potential users of the space, responsible for the follow-up, the event walkthroughs, the post-event checklist to make sure that there's no damage. We've had really good marketing and a lot of interest in this facility and people actually begging to use it. And we're happy that we can finally accomplish that. And some of the things to improve, again, we don't have everything figured out, but I would say if you're going to administer any type of facility like this, make sure you have really good software for outward facing for your clients so they can book the building and it's seamless at the back of the house. So you take pressure off of your staff for a lot of small tasks. Make sure if you're running the facility yourself, you know who's responsible for different functions, the maintenance, after hour context, your audio visual IT stuff. Make sure that you understand exactly what you need. When we built out this system, it does have audio visual in every room, but they're all connected to a central hub. So now we have to separate those. So if we have different events in different rooms, that they can be doing separate presentations. And so you don't know what you don't know, I guess, is sort of my final comment. And just some greater lessons learned throughout the community is it's so important to have the public engagement and the political support, both at the local level as well as the state level. I mentioned that we'd had a lot of support from our 44th delegate getting capital grants. That's been crucial, and delivering to the community what we've said we're going to do has been super important. We set a goal of 5 years to build many of these projects that I've talked about. We're on schedule. So again, you're delivering what you say you can do, and you know that you can implement it. The benefits, obviously, to the community, it's enlivened our downtown area. There's been an economic boom that I've talked about. This facility and the park have become a tourist draw from around the region. We've talked to several of the new users of the park and asked them where are they from. There are a lot of locals, but there are a lot of people coming to the park not from Lake Stevens. So again, it brings in that regional draw, then that supports the businesses in this downtown corridor, and it will help us bring back events like Ironman and other sporting events to the park. And I mentioned this before, a big goal for us was to honor the past, be authentic as we look to the future. And I'm happy to take any questions in the later part of this panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Karen, you're muted.
Great. Thank you very much, Russ. That's the end of the 5 panelist presentations. And so this is now time if there are any questions from the council that you would like to ask any or all of the panelists. We have some time here for you to do that. So I'll turn it back over perhaps to the mayor who can see you all up there at the dais.
Thank you, Karen, and thank you to all the panelists. In fairness to everyone, let's try to keep it to one question at a time so we can get around the room, and because I know some are going to have more questions than others. So I didn't see a light go on yet, but I got a wink of an eye from Councilmember Steckler, so I'll let him go first.
Yeah, I've got about 16 questions, so I'll start with my first one.
Do one, and we'll see if anyone else has questions, so we can give everyone an opportunity.
First of all, thank you to all of our panelists. We sincerely appreciate your time tonight. You've been all very informative. I have questions virtually for all of you, but I'll start with Jeff at the Kirkland our Performance Center. My first question was, you mentioned this was a launch between the citizens and the city, similar to what we're looking at. And you have built a beautiful facility. I'm curious, how did you fund the launch of and creation of this facility? I should qualify that. I don't know if the land was granted to you, if you had to purchase the land, or because we do have the land available in our case, but I was curious, how did you fund it? Were there grants in different ways? How did you do it?
Yeah, it's a great question. First of all, it wasn't an overnight situation. The dream of it started back in the early 80s, and then with city council and citizens, and they finally occupied in 1998. So back then it was close to about $20 million, which you couldn't build a performing arts center for today for that. But the land that it's on was the former library of the Kirkland Library. And then what they did is they took the back half of the library and turned that into the what is the offices in the backstage area of KPC, and then the senior center, because KPC is basically a campus. There's the theater, which is adjoined to the senior center, which is then subsequently joined to the teen center. And it's in the middle of the town by the current library and the swimming pool. But then what they added is they added on the stage and the proscenium and the audience and the lobby to the front of that. So the city already had the land and it owned it, and it was the library, and they had to raise the front part of it. So then the city matched the funds that the citizens raised. So the citizens had to raise $8, $9, $10 million, and the city matched that to complete the project. So land was there, part of the building was there. It was pretty creative. They refabbed that, and then they added the front guts of the theater to the front. And I'd say idea to occupy was probably 12, 15 years.
And was it done primarily with grants and private sponsorships?
All the above. Yeah, there's city money. City put money into it. There were grants. There's individual people, and then corporate money at the time.
Any
company, local businesses, Microsoft, local, corporation. That's a great question. All the way from corporations down to little mom and pop businesses, and everything in between, and then private citizen funding and some grants. Interestingly enough, not you think the majority was by grants, and it wasn't. It was the heavy lift was the city of Kirkland, and the business person was the heavy lift on it. The business organizations, forgive me, business people, organizations, and the city with some granting.
Thank you.
Yeah, to each of you, especially those who are closer to the beginning of the process and had been around at that stage. At what stage were you able to secure commitments for use of the facility? And do you believe it could be done earlier? I would take an answer from any of you. I don't know at what stage through doing it, like ground break or even before that, when you're trying to come up with exactly what kind of space you're gonna have in there, did you work with any organizations that said, well, if you had this kind of space, we would definitely be there?
I can speak for KPC, and the other, I'm sure Adam will have some information about that too, down at the Great Place in Renton. I know, again, I wasn't around when they built it. I'm the third executive director. It would have been about 15 years going by the time I got in, but I do know the history well. In the time in the 80s and 90s, KPC didn't exist then, and that there was the same conversations happening here. But upon the groundbreaking, when they got serious, now there's shovels in the dirt and this was going, the leaders at the time did a really good job getting the word out in the artistic community. When they opened the first year, it exploded. It was, when you look back at the archives that the theater had kept, that first year, that was a celebrated thing. And those first 5 years, they didn't look back. They were tearing it up. And so I think upon the news that it was going to happen, the team was in place. The staff was in place. It had been in place throughout the duration. They wisely hired the staff before completion. So I say 2 or 3 years before the staff had been on board through the development, building the buzz. So when they went to do opening night, matter of fact, opening night was Bernadette Peters, which would have been a heavy lift then for a little theater. That was a big starter bringing for opening night. They bit a big bite off of that. They, in Kirkland Performance Center's case, they went out like a rocket and they did very well, and started taking commitments while it was under construction.
Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of that history. I mean, I could probably tap into some of the older folks here in the city that were involved, but it is my perspective that this facility also hit the ground running. Unfortunately, I don't think that it lasted quite as long because their focus was not, it was more the niche arts than it was big names like Kirkland. So I think that potentially created the fizzle and the shift, 10 years in or so. But unfortunately, I don't have much of that background.
In the Lake Stevens case, I would say that it was just through our visioning and scoping process and community outreach with our downtown plan that we identified the need for a large community gathering place, and just lots of community requests to have a venue to have, these weddings, birthday parties, and all of that. So we didn't have a specific target of who we wanted there, but we had a known need for that type of space in the community.
Yeah, and from the Boys and Girls Club standpoint, I mean, it was all about kids. I mean, as people moved into the various locations that we are, where we're located, we'd get calls basically from City Hall and say, hey, we got families moving in that came from elsewhere where my kids were involved with the Boys and Girls Club. There's not one here. How do we get one? Or they grew up in a Boys and Girls Club and now they're raising a family and they wanted one for the quality of life issue. So our partners would bring, I mentioned this earlier, would just bring something to the table. It could be a piece of ground like you have. It could have been an existing building. Yeah, it could have been money to build, and whatever that was is what we leveraged. And we used the same, and the floor plan design was based about primarily around what do kids need and want. But we also incorporated in, the things that also adults could use when the kids weren't using it. But what was also important was that it had synergy. So you're facing, some good dilemmas here because, is the property big enough to accommodate both performing arts that are important to a community as well as recreation that are important to a community. I don't know whether they'll work together. It's just whether you have enough ground to make it work. So ideally you could do both and accomplish both on the acreage that you have. But again, if it's recreation that you're looking for, I would just recommend that you don't just put ball fields out there, but that you have a building that accommodates it, that complements it, it works in synergy with it. And again, with our model, I failed to mention before, even though we've taken the lead and are the anchor tenant and manage the facility and the fields, it's all owned by the city. So these are revenues that have been generated by the same sources that the other panelists have mentioned, whether they're state resources or private resources, but they're investments that are made in a facility or a property that the city owns. And what we do is we manage it for the city in exchange for essentially free rent. So you can't gift that property to a private organization because it's public, but you can lease it for a nominal amount. In our case, generally it's around $1 per year. And in exchange for that, you get these services that we provide.
I want to echo along with what Bill says. Very well said. I'd be remiss not to jump on to those good words. And if you aren't familiar with KPC, it's exactly as Bill's suggesting. It's the Performing Arts Center and the Senior Center and the Teen Center and the swimming pool and the baseball park and the library and the parking for all of it, all right there, free parking, as Bill suggested. And we pay $1 in rent to the city as well for those services and that partnership. So that was very well said.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for making time to assist us. Your knowledge and expertise is very helpful on this. I'll take an answer from anybody, but I'm going to target or focus on Jeff Lockhart. You mentioned the $20 million project, and that would not be that was a price from a ways back. What's a realistic price to do it right, as you say? And what would be the sort of minimum seating? And do you think 50-50 partnership like you experienced is a viable goal for us?
That's a really good question. I appreciate that. Boy, when you put a price tag on it, depends on how big your scope and your scale is, right? I mean, there's performing arts centers that their reach is $300 million. I mean, that's a 20-year lift. Our good friends down at Pacific Lutheran just finished a fantastic one a few years back. They took 20 years to do, and they did it right. And they raised the money that they did, and they weren't in a hurry. And they took the years to do that over a formal capital campaign. Mill Creek's in an interesting, a fantastic position in it regionally to do this. Some of the things, my beloved KPC, how much I love it, and we do great here. If I had to rewind the tapes, some of the things I wish they would have done at KPC were 400 seats without a balcony. That really, having a balcony or not, our good friends, I know it was mentioned with Edmonds Performing Arts Center. Sometimes we miss those subtle details, how profoundly important that is for the economic viability of a theater. For example, artist comes in, there's an $8,000 guarantee. If I sell it out and they want to do a holdover, okay, now I have to bite another $8,000. What if I only sell 100 seats? And now what was a sellout and economically viable, I didn't take a chance on other things. Now I'm losing money on it. A balcony lets me make all sorts of different decisions. Do I double it up, keep it single, do 2 nights, but have the balcony? It changes the whole thing when I can have a balcony or not. But those, our seat doesn't have center aisle down the seats. Well, people are drinking alcohol and you're making money of that. There's no center aisle. People can't go up to use the restroom. Our lobby wasn't, they built it not thinking shows were going to always sold out. That was be a pass through. We use that lobby. We've outgrown the lobby. It's not just a pass through. It's super important. So making they saw it as the lobby going in and out, not as a place that you kept people to be at. There's an orchestra pit that wasn't used for those. That's not in style anymore. That's now our underground VIP lounge. We raise money down there, right? So all those things, building it intentionally so that it's viable to do the business that you want to do and meet the needs over the years. And as Adam suggested, with people that understand lights and sound and video, how important that is when someone's going to present in Adam's theater, my theater, and that's an entrepreneurial vision and that's super important to them while they're there, that all the tools are there and the place is going to be conducive to businesses and artists and technicians for a really long time. It takes time to plan that out. I would say that depending on how that size is, I would suggest an 800 seat theater. I won't bore us why I would say that. I think 800 seats is the sweet spot to do that. I wouldn't do less than 800 seats in a place. And then think those other multi-purpose things that Bill was talking about is super important, because sometimes we learn with our theater, it's not that we're going to do a presentation, but people need a place to meet. We use our stage for meetings sometimes. They rent the stage up to meet on because it's cool, and you can light it and video it and be cool in it. It's cooler than a boardroom. So having that kind of, we realize for some businesses, we're in business of cool. If you want to do your business thing in a cool way, you're going to hire KPC because we'll make you cool in front of your people. And so that's been very important for us to do that. I mean, I'm honored to say weddings happen, funerals happen in the theater. Some of our patrons, their best memories in the theater, so it's natural they would have their funeral where their best memories were. We're honored to do that type of thing. So we think of how to make all those things conducive. So I would say it's 30 million to $80 million, depending on how deep you want to go. And that's a long swatch, but it's that type of thing. And then it depends also what kind of, if the city's granting the land, that changes everything. That price could come down. But it's that type of, I would say the least amount of money that would be $35 million on the low end, and you're going up from there depending on the scope and scale of it.
I think the beauty of what you have as kind of potential is that you've got various partners that, if it was just a place for kids, that's a limited market. If it's just for performing arts, it's a limited market. But when you combine those two, because we would never get performing arts funding, and performing arts would never get youth funding, but together we leverage our various constituents. And there's so much common area that if in terms of the property, we're both going to need parking. We're both going to need whatever it happens to be. So there's real good synergy in that kind of master plan, I guess. So similar to what Lake Stevens looked at or presented. So you've got these various entities that have an interest in that property. It's not just a single entity. So if there's some way that you can blend that, so you get the cultural as well as the recreational piece of it. But with both of those, you get the economic benefit, obviously, driving people in that wouldn't come, for recreation, but they come for culture, and they wouldn't come for culture, but they come for recreation. So I just think I just take a look at how you can accomplish as best as you can, with that acreage that's there. You've really got a blank slate. I guess I'm not an artist, but you have a canvas, right? And so it's a white canvas. You can paint it the way you want.
Councilmember Morgan.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you all for coming and joining us today. It's a fantastic presentation from all of you and valuable information for our process. So definitely thank you there. I'm going to direct this toward Adam just because he brought it up, but it's in regards to parking, because you mentioned that they didn't account for enough parking for your particular building there. So how much parking per seat or per whatever do you think would be a useful number?
Yeah, absolutely. So we seat 551 and I have 180 parking stalls. And unfortunately, I also share them with the high school basketball functions that occur across campus, even though my parking lot's further away. But I would absolutely say you need about half the amount of parking as you do your seats, because typically it's one or two people, depending on what your crowd is. Is it the dance family? They're going to come, maybe 4 or 5 seats to one car. But is it somebody coming, a couple coming for an evening performance or something? So you're talking 2 seats in one car. So that's kind of where I would put that number.
Yeah, parking, there's no real good answer. I mean, it's, we all need it. But I think that, again, because of the different types of venues and when they're scheduled. I mean, most of the recreation that we would do or you'd see would be more during the day, I guess. Cultural, mostly those are, I don't want to speak for my colleagues here, but generally those are more evening The parking would complement both, I guess. The 250 parking spots that Adam just mentioned also would be suitable for, for recreation, for people coming for games or practices or whatever it happens to be for recreation. Because it'd be different time frames, different times a day.
Great, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for coming tonight. We have a great opportunity here, and it's great to hear from so many of you with your great ideas. As we are looking at creating this big vision, funding this vision, and where is that money coming from is something that's very important for us to think about. So I actually would like to carry on with Councilmember Steckler's question that he only asked of one person and have everyone kind of elaborate a little bit with any insight on how you got your funding to get everything started.
Sure, I can start on that.
Go
So
ahead.
with the Lake Stevens vision, obviously we had to look for funding from a variety of sources. And as I mentioned, we broke this out into several distinct phases. First phase was really sort of a renovation phase for us. The location that the mill building sits is where City Hall used to be. City Hall was a 50-year-old office building that had outgrown its usefulness probably 20 years ago. The permit center was an old house. So we're actually in modular buildings now. So that was sort of the first step, is we needed to start moving the dominoes, around the board a little bit. And we've been really lucky that we've had great support. Again, I mentioned this in my presentation, from our state delegates, and they've helped fund every portion and every phase of this project. And likewise, we've used REIT dollars, we've used street dollars for the Main Street multimodal improvements. We've used park mitigation dollars, obviously, for the park. We've dipped into our general fund, and we have grants pending right now, awarded from Puget Sound Regional Council for additional road improvements. And we have a pending federal grant at this point. So it's really, you're looking to leverage dollars from every source that you can. In our case, we've been very economical. I will say we have a lot of really talented people that work for the city that have been able to do a lot of the design work in-house and then turn those over to engineering firms, drafting firms to do the structural work and things like that. But it's really, you look for partners, you look for that community support. So for every dollar we get in a grant, we're going out to the community, whether it's Chamber of Commerce, Rotary, other groups, and saying, hey, will you give us a letter of support? If you continue to believe in our vision, will you help us out with our grant applications? So that's been our story, that we've, again, looked at every funding source that we can, and we continue to deliver. And that's why we've tried to at least create projects that we can phase and build out. Obviously, if you're looking at a really large project, like a performance center, that's going to have significantly different financing issues. And on another project, we are looking at a joint campus with the City Hall and library. And with that, we've explored things like a public-private partnership, which bring in other revenue streams, which go out through, bonded debt. So they're definitely, the scale of your project, different funding mechanisms to look at.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Yeah, and then for us, what we would do is, because those would be available, obviously, those that Russ just mentioned to Mill Creek, same dynamic, whether they're through the legislature or through your own funding mechanisms. But the beauty, I think, the complement, whether it's us, I'm guessing for performing arts as well, is the private sector that wouldn't necessarily be interested in donating to the public entity, but they would be interested in donating to the nonprofit because they get the tax benefit and so forth and so on. So generally, at least in our case, we put together a capital campaign, as mentioned earlier by somebody, one of the other panelists, but you generally put together a group of citizens or whatever that then reach out to the general philanthropy in the community to make private contributions, for the nonprofit that they're supporting. And with those, you start at the top. You look for the lead gifts, and depending again on the size of the amount that you're trying to raise, there's a scale in there that you follow, that in order to reach that goal, there's a certain number of gifts you need at certain levels, and then you identify those individuals that might be in the community or interested in the project, and those private dollars would complement or supplement the dollars that Russ just mentioned that come from the municipality.
And actually, one thing that you just made me remember, part of the funding sources was actually managed through a fund. There was a foundation that pulled funds from different companies like PACCAR and Boeing and IKEA, for the namesake. And they basically created a non-endowed fund that allowed them to get that tax benefit, and then funneled the money over to manage the construction.
John, I think we're back to you.
All right. So, pardon me. I'd like to go back to Adam for a minute. What I really like here is we've got two different performance spaces, which sound quite different in their application, obviously. So Adam, as I understand from yours, this facility is owned still by the school district, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And starting 2003, the money was raised, you said, in 9 months?
Yes, prior to 2003. We opened in 2003.
That is phenomenal. How much money did you raise to launch a theater in 9 months?
Unfortunately, when we were trying to dig up this information, our books were not electronic. Still, a lot of the district's books are not electronic to this day, believe it or not. And we were unable to determine all of the funding amounts, but we did come up with about a $3 million price tag that was provided from outside funding source.
And in this is different than the Renton Carco Theater, correct?
Yes, the Carco Theater building is actually owned by the city and managed by a third-party entity, much like the Kirkland Performing Arts Center.
Got it, okay. And you say you do a lot of basically rentals now, which is interesting because that's kind of our sideline of bringing in community events and things along with performance space. And how full are you out of, are you booked 50% of the year, 30%, 20%?
So we are obviously with COVID, we were dark for a year, but just prior to COVID, which I would consider a normal year, because even this June was not a normal year where I only had 10 days in the month that didn't have somebody in the space. And that was just because I was the only venue in the South End that opened and was available for rentals. But I would actually venture to, and I should have calculated the number, I apologize, and I'm happy to do that if you'd like an exact number. I would have to say 60 to 70% of the calendar has something, whether it's an internal district use or external group on there. May, June, and November, December being the hottest months of the year.
And how big of a staff do you have to accomplish all this?
So I'm the only full-time staff member that I work for the district, and all of my technical staff also work for the district. But I have a technical roster, and actually I share text with Jeff. He may or may not know that.
No, yeah, we totally share them. Absolutely, man.
100%. In fact, I'm always recommending.
I told you we don't compete, we collaborate. I wasn't kidding. Yeah.
Yeah. But I have about 20 on my roster. So when I send out an email saying, hey, I got shifts available, who's available, it goes to about 20 people.
And Anna, tell me if this is confidential. I apologize. That's okay. You don't need to answer it, but because we're just trying to get our arms around this. Can you give me any round numbers of what your annual revenue, expenses, bottom line is before running a theater like this?
So for this particular venue, we are operating at a loss for the district. I will have to go back and look at what this next year's budget is set at, but we barely make half of what is spent, but that also includes my salary as a district employee and benefits and everything else. So yeah, we operate at a loss, and that was known going into it. That was part of the district's commitment to the facility when it was built.
Okay.
Just maybe to just kind of a comparison on that question, you know, from on the recreation side, we take the responsibility for that. So there's no burden on the city, whether the facility or the recreation pencils out or not. That burden you transfer to, in our case, to the Boys and Girls Club. We're responsible for the M&O. So, but you still own the facility. So there is a difference, I guess, on the recreation side that we in our partnerships with the two examples that we showed with Arlington and Mukilteo as an example, there's no financial liability on the city's end of it. We take care of the building, we take care, we take care of the employees. It all comes out of our pocket, and we find ways to generate revenue to support that.
Since you jumped in, Bill, I had a question for you. How much land do you typically need for a Boys and Girls Club?
For Boys and Girls Club?
Yeah.
Well, it depends, you know, Mukilteo as an example is roughly 13 acres.
Okay.
That's the club and the facility and the fields. Arlington is probably somewhere similar where the building sits on Quake Field, which is just across the street from the airport. So the airport's on the one side, we're on the other side, but the Quake Field's, I don't know the acreage on Quake Field, but it's pretty sizable.
So you need typically a large space, 12, 15 acres, somewhere in that range. Is that correct?
I don't think he heard you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bill. You typically need somewhere in the, 12 to 15 acres, is that typically?
Well, I mean, I think that's how you master plan it. What do you want to accomplish with it? So if you want to blend it into multi-purpose, you know, with the partners that are around on this, you know, that are on the call tonight, there's going to be, you know, some gives and takes, right? Because if you put a performing arts center as well as a Boys and Girls Club, it's probably going to limit the number of ball fields you get, how much land, how many fields you can put on that acreage. So it just depends how you lay out what you want to accomplish. So, you know, from our footprint, you know, our facilities, if we start from scratch, our square footage wise are about 18,000 to maybe 30,000 square feet. I lean towards, again, the larger square footage because on the recreation side, the things that are most popular and the most in demand are gymnasiums. So you want to have that not only works for recreation for your residents, but it also is the key for bringing in teams from the outside that drives you know, tourism and whatever for tournaments and those kinds of things. So that's the lesson we learned actually when we added on to our facility, onto the Arlington Club. We already had a gym, but we added a gym and a half. So in a sense, we ended up with 2.5 gyms, which gives us a lot more leverage in terms of you know, how many people we can accomplish or accommodate for games and tournaments that come in. So
for our thoughts, your buildings are 18 to 30,000 square feet. The ball fields are separate from that, and a big component in bringing in the tourism, bringing in the revenue part and attracting people. That's separate from the building part. But that 18 to 30 would include the multi-purpose rooms and such that you offer, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
the 18 to 30,000 square foot buildings would include the multi-purpose rooms that you're talking about?
Yeah, that's a blend. Yeah, the floor plan, on my, one of the screens, there was a floor plan that for both buildings, but that's on the 18,000 square foot size. If you look at it from, well, actually the Arlington ones, I think out now, I think we doubled the size. The original building, when we opened in 1992, was 13,000 square feet. And then we doubled the size of it. So it's 26, but most of that increase in space was in two areas, was the additional gym and a half and the teen center to accommodate the older kids. So, but there's also a space in that building that the city controls because they own the building that they schedule for outside groups. This is for meetings, and it also served temporarily as council chambers when the city was building before, while they were building their new city hall.
Mark, do you have any other questions? Councilman Morgan? I think that is.
I have some more.
Oh, Councilman Stefan.
I want to make sure everybody else got any more of that. No,
Go ahead. We already went around and asked.
Okay, good. So I want to go back to Jeff. Again, talking about the fact these are different types of facilities, but it's really helping us to understand what we're getting into. On your operational level, how big is your staff that you use to run something like the Kirkland Performance Center?
Yeah, we have 9 full-time people, and then others, what we call overhires. We are technical staff, and we have probably 20 people not at certain shows, but a pool that we draw from. We have a volunteer base of about 150 people.
And are your annual revenues and expenses public or confidential, or can you address those?
To a point, I can address them. What's your question?
Can you give me a round, approximate number of your annual revenue, annual expenses, and either annual income or annual costs?
Yeah. Our annual operating budget's 1.4 million. We spend all that and we run it in a profit after that,
Okay.
which I'm not at a liberty to share what the profit is, but we do run it up. We do have a profit margin.
That's perfect. That's all I needed to know. Thank you. I guess I'm sorry, I'm done.
Anyone else at the dais have any further questions? Karen or Mike, was there anything you wanted to say to wrap things up?
Go ahead, Karen.
Thanks. No, I'm just, again, so grateful to the 5 panelists. Really appreciate what they had to say tonight. Thank you, Heather, for pinch hitting for Corey. And I'm looking forward to talking with the council tomorrow about this further at the retreat.
Yeah, thank you to all the panelists. This was super helpful, especially I'm glad we do this the night before we have the retreat, so it's all fresh in our minds. Thank you for your time. I greatly appreciate it.
And Mayor, what I would say in the recognition of Karen's work as well as the team's work here at City Hall is that this was a very impressive bench of subject matter experts that were brought to the city of Mill Creek tonight. We do not take your time for granted, and we just want you to know that we're prepared to return the favor anytime you need to call on the city of Mill Creek. We really want to celebrate regional partnerships. Please give us the opportunity to return the favor sometime. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, Michael, on to item D, 2021 National Night Out next week.
Thank you, Mayor. And what I'm going to do just to save time is after Chief Young informs us of the events scheduled for August 3rd, which I would add if we don't the cancel meetings in August would fall on a council meeting night in August. We're going to go then right into the legislative update. We purposely put in that it's an introduction to latest House bill and Senate bill changes that have come out of Olympia.
There's a proclamation in the agenda packet. Does that need to be read?
I beg your pardon. Yes, it does.
Okay, shall I read the proclamation?
Let's do that. Thank you.
This is a proclamation regarding National Night Out. So whereas the National Association of Town Watch is sponsoring a unique nationwide crime, drug, and violence prevention program on August 3rd, 2021, entitled National Night Out. And whereas the 38th National Night Out provides a unique opportunity for the City of Mill Creek Police to join forces with thousands of other communities across the country in promoting cooperative police community crime prevention efforts. And whereas the Mill Creek Police Department plays a vital role in assisting surrounding agencies through joint crime, drug, and violence prevention effort in Snohomish County and is supporting National Night Out 2021 locally. And whereas it is essential that all citizens of Mill Creek be aware of the importance of crime prevention programs and the impact that their programs have on reducing crime, drugs, and violence in Mill Creek. And whereas the residents, businesses, families, and neighborhoods of Mill Creek have professed their support for law enforcement in the Mill Creek Police Department. And whereas the police community partnerships, neighborhood safety, awareness, and cooperation are important themes of the National Night Out program. And whereas the City of Mill Creek and its police department have partnered with the residents, businesses, families, and neighborhoods of Mill Creek to cultivate police-community relations by participating in National Night Out. Now, therefore, I, Brian Holtzclaw, the mayor of the City of Mill Creek, on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of Mill Creek, formally recognize Tuesday, August 3rd, 2021 as National Night Out. And the National Night Out symbolizes the police-community relations that are necessary to bridge the divide. Now we can move on to the next agenda item. I look forward to seeing my neighbors on the 3rd.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Young, on the National Night Out, is there anything additional you want to add? We'll move into the next topic.
Thank you, City Manager, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. The only other thing I'd like to add about that is that we will be hosting events at Cougar Park from 5:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. next Tuesday, August 3rd.
On the next item, we have built this and put in the headline here. It's an introduction to various House Bill and Senate Bill changes impacting police departments in the state of Washington. And we wanted to have an introductory discussion. We're intending to limit our discussion tonight to only 15 minutes. And that is a focus on House Bill 1054 and House Bill 1310. What Chief Young is asking us to consider is that there's a lot of information here that will need to be communicated not only to council in subsequent meetings, but also potentially for town hall forums being recommended by Chief Young, so that we can communicate to the community the differences in the way our police department will need to navigate going forward. So with that said, Chief, bring us up to speed. Oh, and I also want to add that our prosecutor, Chad Krebs, as well as our city attorney, worked with Chief Young in putting together this evening's presentation. Chief Young, take it away, please.
Good evening. Thank you, City Manager, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. This is one of those issues where we've been working very diligently for the last several months, knowing that there were several sweeping changes to law enforcement and how law enforcement will be able to conduct their duties moving forward. So I'm going to share my screen with you so we can bring up the slide deck that we have on deck for you. Just let me know when you can see that. We got it there?
Yes.
All right. So tonight we're going to focus mainly on House Bill 1054 and House Bill 1310. These are two of the major issues that give law enforcement executives and officers across the state a great deal of concern with regard to how we're going to perform our duties, how we're going to keep our community members safe, and how we're going to, most importantly, protect ourselves and our communities and our employers from liability. So the basics of this is that on May 18th, Governor Inslee signed a series of bills into law, which go into effect, or went into effect rather, on July 25th of this year. So the one thing I want to really contrast here is that the legislature, when they passed these and when the governor signed them, we had to put them into effect within about 45 days. Conversely, the Attorney General for the state has up until July 1st of 2022 to develop a model policy. So moving into House Bill 1054, this is the tactics bill. some of these things are pretty intrinsic to those of us that have been in law enforcement for quite a while. So one of the things 1054 does is prohibits the use of chokeholds or neck restraints, which was something that has already been in effect for a very long time. There were certain techniques that were authorized by certain police departments for vascular neck restraints and so on and so forth. We also had a carotid control technique, but a lot of these policies about no chokeholds or neck restraints or any type of airway restriction or vascular restriction has already been done since about October 2020. So some of these are, again, very intrinsic. Another thing with 1054 is it requires the Criminal Justice Training Commission to develop a model policy, which is already in place from not only our agency, but the Washington State Police Canon Association. And then going into another one, prohibits the use of tear gas. Mill Creek PD does not use tear gas. We have oleoresin capsicum or OC spray as one of our quantum of force options. This is one of those ones that we don't like to use a lot. For those of us who are in law enforcement, we know what it does to us as well. So when we do have to deploy it, we like to use, some sort of protective equipment so that we can avert having any other side effects from that. Should we have to use tear gas at any point in time, it's important to note that the highest elected official must be notified. Sorry about that, Mayor. All right, moving forward. This prohibits the use of military equipment, which if anyone who has served in the military or knows anybody who served in the military or is a fan of the military, some of these things that are defined as military equipment, I don't understand how they got there. But what that is anything that is a round or munition of 50 caliber or greater, which unfortunately this includes our 37 millimeter, 40 millimeter, 12 gauge shotgun beanbound rag, and some of these other things where we have armed helicopters, armed drones. I tell you, we in law enforcement don't have that, never have. Armed vessels, which also includes some of the rescue vehicles. So whenever we insert a special operations team or a SWAT team into an environment, a lot of times we do it through a Bearcat or some sort of an MRAP where we can have some armor so that we can avert any casualties as we move up onto the target. This also causes some different issues because this is how we get people out of bad situations too. So as a result of this particular piece of legislation, we have had to pull out our 40 millimeter and 12 gauge beanbag platforms. We're waiting for some clarification from the Attorney General or the legislature with regard to the application of this. This will result in increased cost to the city because we're going to have to look at another platform to be able to provide less lethal force. And one of the things I want to point out right now is that the legislature is basically telling us through all these laws, they want us to use the minimum amount of force necessary. We understand that. We've been doing that for a number of years. But one of the things that we need to be able to do is continue using our less lethal equipment, such as the 40 millimeter beanbag rounds, that kind of thing. Okay, moving forward. Part of the 1054 is that officers have to be readily identifiable while on duty. We know that we've been doing this for years as well. That's why we wear uniforms, we carry commission cards, and we're able to identify ourselves to members of the community in a variety of different ways. Okay, vehicle pursuits have been further clarified, and I'm not going to read that stuff right there, but it's just a little bit more clarification and more restriction on when a pursuit can be initiated. So I'm going to move forward into when some of the conditions are that a pursuit can be initiated. So a person in a vehicle is committing or has committed a violent offense or sex offense or an escape. Those are pretty intrinsic right there. The only time we would really engage in some sort of a pursuit is if we had a violent unknown felon that is in need of apprehension immediately to prevent further harm and preserve the safety of the community. Mill Creek PD, we don't have a policy that restricts pursuits, but we do have it to where it is limited to the types of pursuits that we will engage in, which again is violent unknown felon, where there's an absolute need to apprehend that person to prevent further harm. So one of the other reasons that we can initiate a pursuit is based upon reasonable suspicion that a person is committing a DUI offense. Okay, so when we do this, we have to have a supervising officer that is aware of it, authorizes it, is in control of the pursuit. Okay, moving forward. The bill also prohibits officers from firing weapons at moving vehicles except when a vehicle is being used as a deadly weapon, which has been standard practice for a very long time now. Another one it does is it prohibits no-knock warrants, which stems from a national case. We have not engaged in no-knock warrants. The only time a no-knock warrant would ever have been requested would be if there's a serious violent felon, and the fact that if we were to announce prior to the initial breach where we announce police, and there's usually some sort of crash grenades or flashbangs that are going off that are distraction devices that are non-lethal or less lethal. That's the only time we would ever really use that. Otherwise, when we're conducting some sort of a search warrant, we're able to do a number of different things. This will increase the cost to the city because there's not a lot of things provided in the state budget. We do have a couple of different options that we can use, such as a tactical surveillance, which is the use of unmarked police vehicles that are equipped with emergency lights and sirens to follow at a distance without alerting any potential suspect to our presence whatsoever. Okay, are there any questions on tactics? And then I'll move into the use of force.
Just a point of clarification. You did a good job of explaining that the circumstances where a no-knock warrant might be used previously, but in reality, this state, we don't use them. Even though there are some exceptions, I never used one in Mill Creek. I've never been a part of one in the county. And I'm betting your experiences are probably similar. Is that correct?
That is correct. And the only reason that I mentioned it, Councilmember Bond, is because I want people to understand the distinction between what a no-knock warrant would be used for versus just the straight up ban of it.
Absolutely. And I think you did a good job on that. It just left somebody maybe thinking that they were being used, and really in practical application, because we do not use no-knock warrants. So this will be easy to comply with this restriction.
Okay, are there any other questions on tactics before we move into use of force? Okay, so moving into use of force. Under House Bill 1310, and a lot of this that you see on the screen has been taken directly from the bill itself. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that we put in some sort of these definitions so that we understand what they are. This also creates the reasonable care standard, which we'll talk about here in another slide. And we'll go into a little bit of detail on that, but I just want to point out some of the things up front. So under 1310, officers are not able to use physical force against another person except when it is necessary to effect an arrest, prevent an escape, or protect against an imminent threat to another person, which could be the officer or a third party. This is pretty important because we were able to do certain things before, which would be under reasonable suspicion. We could conduct what's known as a Terry stop. For example, we have a person running down the street that matches the description of a person who robbed the bank. Under those circumstances previously, we could actually detain that person, hold them for what's known as a one-on-one identification, where a person that is, say, from the bank can come over and identify that person, or victim of assault, those types of circumstances. At this point, we have to wait until we build the probable cause in order to be able to actually go hands-on and detain that person. We can stand there and say, hey, you need to stop, but that person can basically give us, a gesture and keep going at this point until we develop that probable cause, and then we can go and actually do what we have to do, which is detain them with the minimal amount of force necessary and then process that scene. Okay, so here's the reasonable care standards that we're talking about. We need to create that distance, employ different tactical positioning and repositioning, use as much time as necessary, call for additional resources, which some of those resources are dedicated crisis responders, healthcare professionals, fire department if necessary. There's a number of different things. This is where we're going to end up having slower response times, because if we're out on one of those particular types of calls that we're not able to just say, okay, this is not a police matter, this is more of a dedicated crisis responder matter, or this is a mental health matter, so we're going to refer the resources out, we may end up having to spend a little bit more time trying to de-escalate, because again, as much time as necessary to do this. So we're going to have to, look at some different ways we're going to be responding to our calls, and then figuring out different ways that we're going to provide the exceptional service that we always have while balancing that with the parameters of the law. So I want to point out at the bottom here, leaving the area if there is no imminent threat and no crime is being committed. So if there is no imminent threat of a person harming someone, say they're inside their own home, and no crime has been being committed, then officers need to consider leaving the area. Doesn't mean that we're not going to complete a report or do some follow-up or other investigation to it. Just means that we may have to leave the area at that particular time. Okay, so some of the other factors that we have to consider before using any type of force are basically what's on your screen. Person's vulnerable, on some sort of a substance, mentally ill, suicidal, presence of children, a number of different things. So what we have to do is we have to make sure that we're constantly evaluating, which I want to point out that we have done this for at least the last 30 years, where we're constantly evaluating our surroundings, which is known as situational awareness. So what we're trying to do is make sure that we do everything we can to make sure that we provide the best level of service while providing the services needed and using the least amount of force. Okay, so with our calls for service, we're going to continue responding to calls for service, but we're going to have a measured response with limitations on what calls we are going to respond to. For example, where we have a suicide with no weapon involved, we're probably going to refer that to a dedicated crisis responder or a mental health professional, or have the fire department go check. We can respond with the fire department to provide safety if we need to. But there are just, again, some things that we're not going to be able to respond to and provide services for. We still have a responsibility to our community to be out there providing that exceptional service. But we, again, per these new laws, we have to really measure and evaluate how we're going to respond. So again, kind of in summary here, the impacts of 1054 and 1310 are pretty far reaching and are of great concern to law enforcement across the state. I'm just going to point out over here, we may not be able to respond if there is no crime and no imminent threat to someone. Then, of course, we will have slower response times to certain calls because we are trying to provide those resources and try to figure out what we can and cannot do given that circumstances that we know at the time of the call. All right, so remember, we've been required to remove certain less lethal platforms from our response options. So that does limit what we can do and how much more time we're gonna have to spend in repositioning. And this is the most concerning thing right here. It is likely that our arrest and clearance rates are going to increase because of the extensive investigation that we are gonna have to put into this to be able to prove a case at this point. Staffing is a key concern. We're understaffed right now, and we are living with what we have to live with right now, but we do need additional staff to be able to perform our functions. And I think that concludes where we are for this initial introduction to the new laws. Are there any questions that I can answer for you right now?
Chief, what I wanted to add that I neglected to earlier is I asked Prosecutor Chad Crooks to join us this evening. So if there are any certain types of questions, our city prosecutor may be able to field those questions as well as our city attorney. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief. Thank you for this presentation. I actually just have a couple questions just to help me understand a little bit. When you're talking about the de-escalation and how that's going to change things, can you help me understand a little bit? Because since I've been on the council, I've been told that our police department is extremely good at de-escalation and that we are already practicing de-escalation techniques. So I guess I'm curious how this is going to affect and be different than what we've already been doing since we have been practicing de-escalation techniques. And also, I think I'd like to clarify, because I'm sure there's some people out there in our community that are wondering, with these type of questions, for instance, if somebody is breaking into my house, are you coming? If we are having a domestic violence issue, are you coming? I think that answering those questions might help clarify some things for some people.
Sure. And Mayor Pro Tem, thanks for the question. So as far as de-escalation, we are very good at it. We will continue to practice those things. Again, there are just some times when if there's no crime and no imminent threat, we may have to end up leaving the area. Okay, so we are very good at what we do, and we continue to train on those and expand those skill sets. Again, we have to comply with the whole parameters of the law. We are skilled in crisis intervention team techniques, so a lot of our officers have been through those crisis intervention skills and developments where we are able to identify certain behavioral health issues and able to apply the de-escalation techniques as a part of that. But here again, if no imminent threat and no crime being committed, we may have to move back or consider another alternative. With regard to violent crimes in progress, yes, we are still going to respond. Our protocol has not changed on that. Coming in contact with the suspect from that, we may have to employ different techniques and strategies to be able to identify that person and be able to bring them into custody. But we'll have to evaluate those factors on a case-by-case basis as the offense is in progress and as the officers are responding to the call. We are working with Snow 911 to get more questions asked before the call is dispatched to the officers so that they have the most amount of information possible before going. We did have a call like that earlier today where it was a domestic violence sort of deal, and it was a verbal issue, but Snow 911 did not get enough information for us, so we had to ask a number of questions while we were en route to the call. That's happened a number of different times. I'm sure that there are other people in law enforcement that had that similar experience. So again, with regard to in progress calls, yes, we are going to be coming to them. Domestic violence calls, yes, we will be responding to those. We are required by statute to both respond and investigate and take appropriate action when we get there. So it's not that we're not responding to the calls. We're just changing some of the ways we respond to these different types of calls.
Thank you, Chief.
Councilmember Morgan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief, for the update. I really appreciate it. I know it's going to take your department some time to fully process the magnitude of these bills, since they kind of turn you upside down a little bit there. To that end, if there's any resources that the council can provide for you, training, new equipment, please let us know. I'm going to support you 100% on whatever you need to best protect the community and your officers. In regards to specific things with use of force, I actually had a question. What does the creating the physical distance and employing tactical repositioning look like in an actual encounter?
Well, okay. So one of the things I'd like to do, Councilmember Morgan, is let you know that we are planning to put together a Citizens Police Academy. And we'd like to have you come and get a look at what it actually looks like. It's hard to demonstrate or really describe, especially via Zoom. One of those things where when we're talking about tactical repositioning or creating physical distance, we want to maintain a certain distance. Well, let me just try to liken it like this. Consider it social distancing with a little bit more. Okay, so we want to maintain that distance. So we have a response area where it's defensible space between us and the person, okay, that we're dealing with. We don't want to create that presence of we're being too overbearing, we're being too aggressive. We want to maintain that balance of trying to be a resource and provide services to someone while protecting our community and enforcing the laws. So just again, imagine it kind of like social distancing, but just a little bit more awareness going along with it. I hope that explained it. We can show you more in person.
Appreciate it, Chief.
If I might, Chief, if you could explain a little bit more about how you intend to be partnering in a different way with our fire department as a result of these legislative changes.
2 weeks ago, we met with the Snohomish County Fire Department, South County Fire, I believe it was, in partnership with Monroe, Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, and Lake Stevens. It was the first time, as I understand it, that a number of police chiefs and sheriffs were in the room with fire chiefs. We had a very good, lengthy discussion with regard to how to support each other. One of the fire chiefs mentioned to me at the very end of it that he had not had that happen in his entire career. And based upon my previous history, I'm very used to working with the fire department and having a fire member sitting pretty much right next to me, so that we can make those decisions together. We can talk about unified command, unified response, that because the fire department can help us and we can be a resource to them. So moving forward, the fire chief and I have agreed to set up some sort of at least quarterly meeting between the fire chiefs and the police chiefs and sheriff within Snohomish County, just to at least have some dialogue moving forward where we can talk to each other and develop different ways that we can collaborate much better.
So Chief, if you were to give us an example of one that we've discussed, so that it can be illustrated for our community, in what instance will there be an expectation that you'll be working with the fire department on either medical or behavioral health matters, which is different from the way it was done in the past?
So from the way it was done in the past, the police department would go and make the scene safe. One of the best examples I can give you is a slumper. This is where we have a person slumped over in a vehicle. The obvious implication there is that the person is somehow impaired, while possibly in actual physical control of a vehicle. So in the past, the police department would go and make the scene safe. In this case, because we cannot say that there is a crime being committed or there's an imminent threat, police officers will then stage for firefighters, who will now be the primary role in going up and knocking on the window and making sure the person's okay. Should there be some sort of a criminal element or nexus there, they'll let us know. Or if there becomes an imminent threat to the firefighters themselves or anybody else, they'll let us know, at which point police officers can move in and actually intervene at that point.
Thank you, Chief. Mayor, members of council, what we anticipate in a future presentation is some sort of a comparative chart that shows the way the Mill Creek Police Department has traditionally acted in various situations and what we anticipate as a result of these legislative changes. We want to thank you for your time and indulgence in this introduction, and we assure you that we'll be coming back to this in subsequent sessions. We want to be time sensitive tonight. And we're also working with our legal team to try and do the work that the Attorney General's office has. 1 year, we have to do this basically in about 2 to 3 weeks. This is our work to date, and we'll continue to refine it as we move along.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Chief. Look forward to further discussions as we move forward.
Thank you. With your permission, Mayor, we'll move right into item F.
Please.
This is relates to the Northwest Washington Incident Management Team update. I received correspondence with a deadline of July 31st, voting either for this entity to be dissolved or not dissolved. Although page 86 of the materials incorrectly shows that I've checked off yes, Chief Young is recommending that we do support a vote to dissolve. And I just wanted to ensure that in casting this vote, we would be on the same page with our city council. Although our legislative agenda summary does not list the reasons, Chief Young is going to explain a little bit about the basis for our request to vote to dissolve, or at least cast our vote for dissolution of this entity. Chief Young.
Yes, sir. Thank you, City Manager. So you'll recall on July 6th of 2021, during the regular City Council meeting, City Manager reported that the Northwest Washington Incident Management Team had sent out a notice of intent to dissolve and had also included a ballot measure to approve that. On January 12th of this year, I spoke with Mr. William Franz, who's the chair of the Northwest IMT. Mr. Franz explained that the team intended to dissolve for a variety of reasons, and there's some cohesion issues and just some other logistical issues that the team is not able to overcome at this time. Therefore, it is recommended that the city manager and council vote to dissolve the Northwestern Washington Incident Management Team. Upon that, the city will receive a refund of approximately $3,583. Rest assured, there will be no disruption in coverage for critical incident management. Us and the Mill Creek Police Department are capable of handling small-scale incidents, and we are also backed up by the Snohomish County Incident Management Team as well as the state incident management teams. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Hearing no questions, are there any motions?
Looks like submit vote to approve dissolution of the Northwestern Washington Incident Management.
Seconded.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes 6-0. Michael, I'll let you take item G, lead it off.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We are currently scheduled to meet for the first, second, and third Tuesdays in the month of August. It's my understanding that, and it's been past practice for council to vote to suspend those meetings in recognition of the summer recess. There may be a need, but we are working hard to prevent that for calling of a special council meeting in the month of August. So what we would request is for council to consider voting for the August council meetings to be, I don't know, Grant, help me out if the term is suspended or canceled. But I would like us to be able to recognize the tradition while also holding open the very real possibility that we may need to come back on a couple of matters on a special basis for council meeting in August.
For one night.
For one night, yes, sir.
Cancel would be the correct word.
Cancel, thank you.
I guess let's start with people's schedules on the first, second, and fourth Tuesdays. I know you have vacation the first week, or is that cover any Tuesdays?
Not anymore, Mayor.
Okay. Anyone else with limitations on Tuesday evenings, if we had to call a meeting? I'm not hearing one, so we'll kind of take it by ear as we move forward to see if we need one, and then we can figure out when to have it.
We should check in with council.
The first Tuesday is gonna be night out.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, so we'll take the third out. So we're probably looking at the 10th or the 24th.
Very good.
Could I make a suggestion? Just a thought. Would it be a good idea to set aside a date right now as a tentative council meeting?
I think that's what we're doing. We're just not going to formally, we're going to cancel them, and then if we need to schedule it, we'll schedule it as a special meeting, right, Grant? Is that how we should do it?
I was gonna suggest that maybe we schedule one now and reserve the right to cancel it. But that way, everyone on the council books it into their schedule now.
We could cancel the 3rd and the 10th.
Right, and maybe
That would-
17th.
That would probably be the better approach.
17th is I have a conflict with.
Okay, how about the 24th?
Fourth. Let's tentatively plan for that. And we're gonna work to not have it if we can all help.
If the city needs it, I'm sure the council would be there.
Does the 10th work for everyone, or is that too soon? I only ask that I'm in a state of emotion with moving my parents into a new living arrangement, and we may be moving on the 24th.
I'm free every Tuesday in August. I have no life.
Should we cancel the 3rd and 24th and leave the 10th open? Does that work for everyone?
I can't make the 10th.
It will make the 24th work.
With your indulgence, I believe there's an opportunity to join remotely.
Okay.
We need to.
Okay.
With your indulgence, Mr. Mayor, the issue is if you leave a meeting scheduled, you don't have an opportunity to cancel it. So you cancel them all and then you set a special meeting later.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, thanks.
So,
Cancel all, as special,
yeah, we have to have a meeting. If we leave it and then don't have it, we have to call a meeting to cancel the meeting if we don't need one.
We have to call a meeting to cancel, or we can cancel it.
No, we have to, if we have a regularly scheduled meeting, we would have to vote to cancel the meeting. So we'd have to have a meeting to cancel the meeting. So we'll cancel them all. We penciled in the 24th. We're going to plan on the 24th. And if we go ahead with the meeting in August, we will send out a special notice for the 24th.
We will set it aside, but we will not announce it. We're not holding a special meeting right now.
Correct.
We're not booking a special. Okay. Understood.
So it sounds like the motion we need to be made is a motion to schedule the regular meetings, the first, second, and fourth weeks of August. Cancel.
Schedule.
Cancel.
Motion to cancel.
It's only 8:15. So a motion to cancel the regular meetings on 3rd, 10th, and 24th of August, 2023.
Motion to cancel the regularly scheduled meetings of August on August 3rd, 10th, and 24th of August.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Naomi, please note that the motion passed 5-0. Councilmember Bond had stepped to the bench momentarily. Okay, with that item H, before we move into this, Mike and Michael, is this going to take more than 15 minutes?
No, it's
I don't
not.
want to interrupt you with having to extend the meeting.
No, it will not.
Okay. Proceed.
Turn the floor over to Director Mike Todd for item H.
Thank you, Council Manager, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. Can you see my screen up there okay?
Yep.
Got a couple quick slides. Really, the reason to do this is we have in our governance manual and our processes that you need to accept as a council any funding that comes the way of the city. So tonight, the main action is to accept an ILA for Silvercrest Park upgrade project funding that's coming from the county. Real quickly, the county council included that park upgrade in their capital plan for 2021-22. And it's also in our capital plan. It is a reimbursement type grant. Unless we spend the money, we don't get it paid back. We have to have it spent by the end of 2022. The project was originally funded by us in our capital plan. We made a commitment to do this one in our 2021-2022 capital plan. At the time, we had it down for both REIT and park mitigation money for approximate budget of $350,000. Since then, this money from the county came in to be available of $100,000. And so we're in the preparation of that ILA. You see most of that in your packet, but it needs one more cycle through the county to have them add their attachments. We wanted to make sure we could get that done in August while you were on recess. And just for clarification, so there's no confusion, there's also, this is the same project for which Representative Berg has advanced money in the state capital project capital budget for $90,000 after they take their fees out, that net $88,000. So this is money that goes to the park because this is in the county's plan, and it is, we need to do the ILA for that. So this will be the proposed motion. But there's been confusion about the other projects out there. So I want to make sure everybody's comfortable with the money that's coming into the city and we're making good use of it. So I'm going to jump forward to the TIB Complete Streets money. Remember, we got this money. It's a kind of a different kind of funding where you get the $300,000 and you have to spend it on a pretty broad set of projects, but they have to be related to pedestrian, biking, general improvements headed towards making our streets more usable than just by cars. That was $300,000. It could be spent for design or construction. Those of you who were around last year remember staff had originally proposed some RRFB upgrades. Those came in too expensive, only one bid, so we shelved those projects. That money has to be used by March 31st of 2022. So we're doing everything we can to use that money. And so that has been allocated to 3 other projects that were also in our capital plan, so we can get all these things done. So number one, it's going to the Jackson High School mid-block crossing. We've talked about quite a bit. That's about $70,000 of this money, and that's in process to be designed and delivered again no later than March 31st. Otherwise, we can't get paid back. I wanted to bring to the top though too, there's 2 other projects. We're calling the North Creek Drive pedestrian markings and the Heatherwood Drive missing sidewalk segments. Those make up the rest of the money besides what's already been spent. So we will get all of our $300,000 from well used from the TIB. One slide on each. North Creek Drive. This is if you're walking south from the Heatherwood Apartments. You get the opportunity to leave the sidewalk and go onto the road. And this gives you a flavor of what it's like. It has been like this for 15 years. When this was first put together, back when we had the Mill Creek Sports Park, first came into action in 2004. I think we thought, oh, someday we'll have some furniture improvements. We're still not there. So we'd like to improve the safety of that. This little diagram down here shows you where that is going to be. It's about 800 feet. And this is mostly putting down some aggressive RPMs, a bunch of paint, a bunch of pedestrian markings, so that makes it safer for those kids who are walking back and forth, primarily to school, but also to get to the bus stop. That's the North Creek Drive piece of it. And the second piece is what we call Heatherwood Drive. This is the missing sidewalk. This has been this way for at least 15 years also. There's a sidewalk, a crosswalk that goes to a landing pad that goes nowhere. There's no good way to walk up this path. Here's what you see if you're walking to the east. Here's what you see looking from the east towards the west. It's not a great path, but this is that little short segment between the Swift bus stop sports park, again, that same path to school. The only legal crosswalk right now is up here that works. We're talking about making this crosswalk actually go somewhere. And so that's also part of this Complete Streets money. So again, I'll take questions, but again, what we're looking for tonight is adopting a resolution authorizing the city manager to accept that interlocal agreement money to the tune of $100,000. I'll take questions.
Any questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we move into this, I just want to make sure a couple things, because by doing this, we are saying that we are going to use the Safe Streets money to take care of the Jackson High School crosswalk. And so you're indicating that we have extended that, we have extension to use those funds until March 31st, 2022. And I guess I would like to make sure that there's an assurance that we are going to get the crosswalk done in the time before we lose that money on March 31st. And I'm also concerned that we need thermal markings for this crosswalk, and we're starting to enter into the fall. And how are we going to get that done before March 31st with the weather? So that's a concern I have. And if I'm going to sign on to this, I want to make sure that we are getting this crosswalk done with those street grant money. And I think we should have an update to the council periodically on where we are with this.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, we're going to work very hard to get that done by March 31st. Otherwise, we got to give the money back to the state. So that is our intent. That's the plan that Frank Reinhardt is working towards. We're using RH2 Engineering. That kind of gets us going faster because they're the design firm that we've already chosen for earlier. They are familiar with this area, particularly for Jackson. We're bringing them up to speed on the other two elements of that project. They're working on a scope right now. That will get signed in August, signed as a design contract in August. And so we'll be working on that full time. Hope to get a PS&E package we'll put up for bid September, October timeframe, and that will give us the winter time to construct. And as you note, that the reason we need longer to construct in the winter is it might be cold, it might be damp. Concrete likes it when it's a little bit not quite so cold and not quite so damp, and so that will be one of the key items. We'll make sure we get the concrete work done in particular around the weather. Frank's very confident we can get that done. I think contractors will be more available come this fall. Right now, if you ask for a contractor, you have a hard time finding one. They're all very, very busy. So we think we might find a hole in somebody's schedule where they'd like some business during the good fall weather and or necessary in the winter weather. It can be done. It's lots of concrete work is done. It just, we're going to be a little relaxed on which exact day it starts and which exact day it stops. I think there was another part of your question. I missed it, Mayor Pro Tem.
No, I was just concerned about the thermal, doing the thermals in the winter.
Oh yeah, thermoplastic. Yeah, so you lay that down and you essentially apply a blowtorch to it. So long as the pavement isn't soaking wet, it works just fine.
Any other questions? This is where we move to a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an interlocal agreement with Snohomish County to accept a grant of up to $100,000 for the city of Mill Creek's Silvercrest Park upgrade project. Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The resolution is the resolution in motion? Motion is passed 6-0. Okay, on to the consent agenda. Item I, approval of checks number 63607 through 63662, ACH wire transfer $141,771.07. Audit committee was Councilmember Broyles and Councilmember Steckler. Any exceptions?
No exceptions, Mayor.
No exceptions.
Item J, payroll and benefit ACH payments in the amount of $262,444.58. Any exceptions?
No exceptions, Mayor.
And council meeting minutes of July 13th, 2021. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Consent agenda is approved. It is 8:25. Before we get to the rest of our agenda, let's go ahead and extend the regular meeting good till 10. I'm not saying we're gonna need that time, but to avoid having to come back and extend it again.
Motion to extend the meeting till 10 p.m.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Meeting is extended until 10 o'clock. Reports. In the brevity of time, the mayor's report was the other day focused on 3 topics, one of which we just heard a lot about from the chief. Most of the cities, mayors are struggling with their police departments to figure out how these new legislative requirements are going to be applied in their jurisdictions, so we are not alone. The second item was the confusion that's being created over masks with the guidance that's now coming out from CDC. I think everyone's struggling with what's up and what's down, what's left and what's right now. And then finally, much discussion on the ARP funds and the county's effort with their recovery office. Naomi, I forgot to ask you to do this. If you could circulate to the council in the next couple of days that PowerPoint that Lacey Harper from the exec's office sent. She kind of outlines what the county is working on right now for their recovery office and how they are planning to use some of those funds. I have not yet reviewed materials, but they had a pretty lengthy PowerPoint that Jason Bierman gave to the mayors. I guess the only other thing is I look forward to seeing some of you at Cougar Park and that neighborhood next Tuesday night. Mayor Pro Tem, any report tonight?
Thank you, Mayor. Following that, the mayor and I met with the city manager and Terry, and I forgot, was it Gary, from the Economic Alliance, and had kind of like a meet and greet, just to start to open up that relationship and dialogue to begin discussing economic development for the city. And in the future, we'll have them come in and talk to the whole council. And I'm really excited to start to explore different ideas with them for economic development and seeing where that relationship goes. Just wanted to report that we had that discussion. So that's it for tonight.
Councilmember Bond.
No report.
Councilmember Stichels.
No report.
Councilmember Broyles.
I just wanted to mention that I'd gone to the Chamber of Commerce barbecue and it was a great time and a good opportunity to meet with some of our business leaders and additionally with some of our Parks and Rec or Public Works employees. Mike, please tell me if I got this wrong, but I think it was Tracy, Chris, Jason, Robert, and Josh.
That's right.
Yes. It was a good time.
Councilmember Morgan, any report tonight?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I have a report. There was the RIA 8 meeting last week. They had a number of things to say. They just finished studies on why our salmon population has been dwindling. And they did a count through the ballot box that recently reopened. So the numbers that they showed, typical averages in 5 years prior to it being closed or restructured, were about 48,000 salmon running through their season. This year and last year's numbers were down to about 21,000. So less than 50% of typical numbers. What their study oriented around was why this was happening. What they found is the primary factor was actually seals, smart enough to house themselves right at the foot of the Ballard locks and just gorge themselves on salmon. So, I mean, they don't want to just, slaughter a bunch of seals, so that's not really an option. So they're looking for other ways to do that. But one of the things that they're in the works of right now, they're buying a number of properties adjacent to this sound so that they can reform them so that they might be salmon spawning points. So that's one thing they're working on buying, I think about a dozen properties. In addition to all of that, they voted on their 2022 budget, and Mill Creek's cost share will be $6,769. So there's the update there.
Thank you, Councilmember Morgan. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. The first talk for sake of time, I'm going to summarize quickly the Mill Creek Festival and Street Fair scheduled for August 13th through the 15th. If there's any questions, I may defer to Jody Hawkins and Scott Harder to provide additional detail. The festival is the Mill Creek Festival and Street Fair. Started with the Mill Creek Chamber of Commerce. They, over a decade ago, brought this to our community to create awareness in the community of what local businesses have to offer. What started at first as a sidewalk sale in a couple of parking lots has now grown into an event that attracts over 25,000 attendees over 2 days. This event will occur on Friday, August 13th, Saturday, August 14th, and Sunday, August 15th. We have a multi-page slideshow that we are not presenting this evening. It will be available on our city's website, and we will be promoting this in all of our distribution channels. And the Mill Creek Festival's main sponsors were also going to be listed as part of that slideshow presentation. Finally, I am really pleased this evening, after a very long search, to announce the appointment of our next, our first ever deputy city manager for the city of Mill Creek. We will be bringing onto our team tomorrow morning Mr. Martin Yamamoto. Mr. Yamamoto most recently served as the fiscal manager for the City of Seattle Police Department from 2014 to 2021, just announcing his resignation a couple of weeks ago. Mr. Yamamoto has over 18 years of experience working in finance, accounting, and key leadership roles within the City of Seattle, as well as extensive experience in working with police departments and police department culture. In 2017, he was selected to the City of Seattle's Leadership Academy. He built on his leadership skills and was part of the team that developed a citywide employee teleworking proposal. In addition, Mr. Yamamoto brings a breadth of expertise to the City of Mill Creek, including his work in the private sector, entrepreneurship, business development, and improvement consulting. Mr. Yamamoto holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in Business Administration with an emphasis in accounting from Seattle University, Albers School of Business. And he also holds from the same university, a Master of Business Administration, Strategy and Management. Mr. Yamamoto wants us to know, as part of his introduction this evening, that he's inspired daily by his 2 teenage daughters and his family. In his free time, he likes to travel, exercise, and stay knowledgeable on economics, particularly in the housing markets. What Mr. Yamamoto brings with his awareness in both the private sector as well as the public sector, I believe will serve us well as we navigate challenging times ahead that are, I think, filled with opportunity as well as challenges. And I'm looking forward to bringing Mr. Yamamoto on tomorrow and to meet with various key leadership members of our team. I will also expect that Mr. Yamamoto will have an opportunity to meet with the Mayor Pro Tem at our Thursday meeting, and he will be available as well to meet with individual members of council. There's a draft of a press release, but we will be distributing that tomorrow. I just wanted to take the pleasure of announcing that to our city council first.
Welcome, Martin. We look forward to working with you and meeting you one of these days in person.
Yes, Mr. Yamamoto was here until the very end. He needed to go pick up his 2 children from Japanese lessons. And so he was not able to stay, but he wanted everyone to know that he regrets that he wasn't able to join us completely for this evening. The final item under staff is going to be canceled, and that relates to the streetlight repair in 527. We've had a few challenges in that regard, and I want to conserve time this evening. With that, I conclude my report. I also want to acknowledge by reference that the financial quarterly report is included in the materials from our finance director. And again, since we saw it was a long agenda this evening, we did not present on it, but our finance director is available for any questions the council may have either now, or you can follow up with us directly as you desire through the week. Thank you.
And our plan is to have a financial update in September, as well as a more thorough update on where we stand with the CIP. We just didn't couldn't fit it into the schedule for this evening, so that is going to be on one of the agendas for September. With that, it brings us to audience communication. I see, I have my reading glasses on, so I couldn't see it. Barb, we'll go with the people in the chamber first. Barb Idle, please name and address, 3 minutes.
Barb Heidel, 1401, 144th Place, Southeast Mill Creek. Can I take my mask off to say? Or not? Keep it on? Okay, whatever. Thank you, Mayor.
The CDC guidance is confusing. I don't know what the
I know.
appropriate protocol is right
It's
now.
okay. I want to thank the chief for his presentation about 2 of the House bills on tactics and use of force. Any opportunity to explain the limits police have helped us as a community. It's good to hear that the police will still follow through even though they need to leave the area at that particular moment. It's important that we know the police still have a high priority to protect us and keep us safe. Communicating with the community is of utmost importance. Thank you.
Anyone online that I cannot, let me scroll through here. Pages, I finally figured out how to do this. No one online?
No hands up.
Okay, I'm sorry?
There are no hands up.
No hands up. Okay, thank you. With that, we are now going to recess to executive session for discussion of performance of a public employee for RCW 42.30.110, section 1G. Let's try 9:15 and see where we go. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Okay, we'll be adjourned until 9:15.
Council is extending executive session to 9:45 PM. Without objection, council is extending the executive session until 10 p.m.
Naomi?
I'm here.
My battery is low, and it's 10 o'clock on my watch. We've concluded our executive session without objection.
Very good. Thank you.
We have 8 o'clock.